Alex,
What's up?
what this morning you said that Comcast was down, right?
Yes,
Um,
I can see it now.
okay, that's progress.
Although I don't see the live stream of the channel.
I do.
Okay.
It came out.
I see it on YouTube.
Now, is that the restream one? Because there's supposed to be one that is from the electronics PC. The Board of Supervisors 7/18/23, that's the restream live stream one.
Oh yeah, that
That-
one. That's the one I see.
Yeah, we're still waiting on like the channel.
Well, let's just do this one for today. How about?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're covering our bases.
Love it. Yeah.
It's like on air.
I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. We have the roll call.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are here with Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Alejo joining us a little later on or shortly.
Are there any additions or corrections to the closed session? Right. County Council.
Or corrections.
Thank you. So we will be taking up in closed sessions items 1A, B, C, D, E, and F. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
I see no hands raised.
Right here, please.
Oh.
Good morning. Mike Weaver, drive-in from Corral de Tierra this morning. Your closed session item again on Laguna Seca. There's been a lack of transparency and information on this issue from the start. I've had to file 2 public records requests trying to get just basic information on what is listed as documents that you have and are referring to as you go into closed session on these items. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
There is one hands raised now.
One hand raised on Zoom.
Yes, and that's
Okay.
Christian Snyder.
Right. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Schneider, or 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Good morning, and thank you. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties logging in here. So today I finally made the agenda. Thank you for that. You know, I've truly wanted throughout this entire ordeal just to have due process. You know, I think it's something that's not only owed to me, but also to the people of Monterey County. This issue touched on elections. The ruling of the courts have been that the defamation appeared targeted to damaging a campaign. So the allegations of criminal activity, so on and so forth. And it was really effective, as everyone remembers. Like it works when you have cops go on TV and accuse people specifically of crimes and then show them documents in a false light. Let me tell you, it's extremely devastating. So much, in fact, that I think part of what the board might be struggling with is the idea that none of it was true. So when you supported this defamation, you put the weight of the government behind these statements, because right now the last 2 defenses that are left are they were acting as police officers doing their job, and that I must actually be a criminal, and they had to lie to point out that I was a criminal and set up fake email accounts to do that. Now, I can't ask you to be infallible, but I can ask you to be accountable. And a lot can be gained by acknowledging a mistake, but a lot more can be lost by not. Public trust.
Mr. Schneider, your 2 minutes are up. If you just have a last thought you want to finish, please do it.
I do. Thank you. Public trust in each of you and the integrity of your elected office is dependent on this. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. We will now, board recess to, closed session.
I'm ready whenever you are. Good,
Staff PC check.
good,
Staff mic 2.
good,
Wireless mic, wireless mic.
good,
Mic 3 check.
good,
Mic 4 check.
good,
Mic 5 check.
good,
Mic 7 check.
good,
Mic 9 check.
good,
Mic 10 check.
good.
And mic 12 check.
Wonderful.
Clerk's mic.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good morning. We're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors here. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly.
Thank you. And we'll have the announcement of the Spanish interpretation by Diego Cialis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lento y suficientemente claro para que le escuchen. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And Supervisor Adams, can you lead us in the pledge?
Happy to. Stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There's a correction to item number 14 under consent calendar, Natividad Medical Center. A revised board report was received.
We have one ceremonial resolution today, and that is to adopt a resolution proclaiming July 16th to 2023 as Probation Services Week. I'd like to present this resolution to Todd Keating on behalf.
I'll move approval, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, I guess we should do that, shouldn't we? Thank you very much.
Chair.
Jumping the gun here a little bit. So we should take
And public
a
comment.
public comment as well. Yes.
We got you.
Thank you. So first of all, is there any discussion by members of the board? Is there any public comment? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Was that your
Got a
motion?
motion.
You motion, second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Now we'll proceed on. All right. Yes. Hello. Yes. Good. We're working here. So very pleased to present this to you and for the fine work that the probation department does. I will read off a couple of points onto this. Probation is an essential component of the criminal justice system and provides offenders with pathways to productive, successful, and law-abiding futures. Probation strives to prevent crime and delinquency, reduce recidivism, restore victims, and promote healthy families and communities. Probation is responsible for supervising and rehabilitating adult and juvenile offenders in Monterey County through the use of research-based approaches to public safety and promote positive behavior change. Probation staff is responsible for ensuring secure and effective detention services along with successful reentry for juvenile offenders in Juvenile Hall and Youth Center. And probation staff works with the courts, county justice partners, local law enforcement, schools, community-based organizations to provide public safety services to the communities, rehabilitate programs to offenders, restitution to victims. Probation professionals uphold the law with dignity and recognize the public's right to be safeguarded from criminal activity. Probation applies prevention and diversion strategies to deter youth from entering the juvenile justice system and offers access to services and programs which provide healthy, pro-social opportunities for growth. And probation is focused for helping justice-involved individuals transition out of the system permanently through transformative and evidence-based rehabilitation. And with this, I proudly give this to you and for the fine work that everybody does down at the probation department. Do you have a few words you'd like to say?
Sure. I'd like to thank you, Vice Chair Church and members of the board for the resolution recognizing the important services the probation department offers every day. And I would like to thank the entire probation department. And believe it or not, this is not the entire probation department, but thank you for being here. and for the dedication that you have, in helping your clients find a better path forward. And before I forget, tomorrow is the 37th annual Little Hat Barbecue. Everybody's welcome, and it'll be behind the juvenile building on Natividad Road. Thank you again.
You want to bring them up? Anybody?
Everybody come on up, take a picture.
Yeah, let's get everybody up here.
Then we'll get out of here before the AC breaks down.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that.
They can stand right there.
You're in the middle and throw everyone up. Enjoy the party. You don't have to show a house. Yeah. Every time I walk in, you guys know how to show up, huh? I like it. We're bringing our whole District 4 team out tomorrow for the barbecue. Okay, does everybody, we stand on the diet, we all bring for everyone. Oh. Get in front. Diana. Are we sure that's everyone? Diana, get in here. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here.
All right, very good. All right.
Would be a lot more.
We'll now move on to appointments. We have reappointing Jody Schaefer to the Emergency Medical Care Committee and appointing Sarah Harvey to the Big Sur Byway Organization.
I'll move approval of the appointments.
Second. All right.
Public comment.
Any comment from the board or from the public?
There is one hand raised, but I don't, they took it down. So
Sorry, is it one hand raised?
they took it down.
They took it down. Okay, thank you. We'll have a vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Bruce? Okay. Oh,
Are we voting? Okay. I think,
yeah, it's failed.
Okay.
The next one coming up. So.
Got it.
And moving on to the consent calendar, we have items 12 through 24. Are there any board members that would like to pull an item? No.
I'd like to pull item 18 just for some questions. No separate vote or anything.
Item 15?
18.
18. Supervisor Askew? Okay.
So yes, number 18 is to approve and authorize the director, assistant director of the Department of Social Services to sign an agreement with the Bay Area Community Service to operate the SHARE program that we have. And I just wanted to know if we've received an update lately of how successful the program is and how many people have actually been put into permanent housing. I don't think we've had that sort of a report for a while. I'm not sure if anybody's in the audience that could provide that, but I think it would be a great idea if we could have that kind of a report sometime in the near future.
Hello,
Is
Lori's on.
Supervisor at.
Hi there. Hi, Lauren.
Hello, Lauren Suwan, Super with the Department of Social Services. We do have a a schedule for Bay Area Community Services to come and present both jointly to your board as well as the City of Salinas's board. The only date we were able to pull both of those together was in October. So we will have them come and do an annual presentation for you. But the shelter has been operating at full capacity. We've seen some significant outcomes of over 240 unique individuals being served this last year, and over 80 people being placed into permanent housing. But we'll have that full presentation for you about the breadth of services that have been provided, as well as some of those outcomes when BACS comes and presents directly.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I look forward to the October report. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Are there any comments or items that the public would like to pull for discussion?
There is one hand raised now. It's Teresa Linhan.
Thank you. Let's go to
Hello.
commenter.
It's not Teresa Linehan, it's Sister Rosa Dolores. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank
So,
you.
sister, this is on the consent agenda items?
No, it's just a public, I don't know. It's a general public regarding.
That will be following right after this. We can
Okay,
take you.
beautiful. I'll just go back.
Sure. Thank you. Seeing there are no other public comments,
Move approval of the consent calendar today.
I'll second.
approval by Supervisor Askew, second by Supervisor Adams. Have a vote, please. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. Now we will open it up to general public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the chambers first? Seeing none, I know we have Sister Rosa on comment on there. So please go ahead, sister.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for these few moments of sharing. I am Sister Rosa Dolores, belong to the Sisters of Notre Dame de Namur. I have been the director of Casa de la Cultura for over 30 years in Pájaro. Today, I am here as the chairperson of the Pájaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance. Walking with us has been the FEMA liaisons. We are formed by our bylaws are approved. Our alliance is composed of Community Action Board, Pájaro Second Harvest Food Bank, Pájaro community owners, residents, nonprofits, school and health department representatives, and Driscoll Inc. We are from the community, connected to the community, working with the community. Consequently, the Alliance believes that we need to be part of any county conversations regarding funding for Pájaro. Our Alliance is also, let me see, I have it all together here. We are forming subcommittees and look forward to integrating the county representatives to focus the tasks before us for the future and the betterment of the Pájaro community. I thank you, each one of you, and look forward to a one-to-one meeting with each of you to further discuss our focus for this community. I also thank each one of you, supervisors, for the support you have given District 2 Supervisor Glenn Church. He has literally and figuratively been hit over the head with these disasters. But we want you to know that we are right behind him. We're supporting him. And we believe that he also is supporting us and listening to us. And so I thank each and everyone for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Are there any other comments?
Yes, phone number ending in 902.
Thank you. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Nina Beatty. Good morning. I have 3 comments. The first is regarding the CDFW project at Elkhorn Slough Reserve, and I request a hearing on this project. There was no legally noticed public hearing for the considering the amendment to their project, and this is involving the destruction of approximately 200 trees at the reserve. On May 4th, the Monterey County Weekly published a legal notice. It simply listed items that were going to be considered by the HCD planning chief. And it said that a public hearing may be required if any person based on substantive issues so requested. I requested, and there was no, but I received no response at all, and no hearing was held. And this item must come back for a legally noticed hearing. There was no date or place or ability for the public to comment at any hearing. There simply wasn't a public hearing. So this is out of order for this to have been approved without the public being properly noticed, in addition to the huge impacts to the environment from allowing CDFW to continue with this. I want to remind the board that CDFW, the Herald published an article recently about the disastrous project that it did at Lake Tahoe, seeming to do something they thought was for the environment, and it could potentially be a very destructive factor in Lake Tahoe not being the beautiful world-renowned lake that we've always prized. And that was a CDFW project, a good idea by CDFW. 200 trees being killed, sentient species, environmental assets is not a good thing, and this needs to come back for a hearing. Secondly, I have received no response to my request, despite there being a part of the county ordinance prohibiting dumping in county oceans for Fukushima, and also no response to my request for investigation by EHIB on the Moss Landing plant nuclear reactor that PG&E may have
Ms.
built there.
Beatty, your 2 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Christian Snyder.
Hi,
Yes.
good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning again. So this is to follow up, I guess, in conjunction to potential liabilities for the county. I've been trying for the past 4 or 5 years to get CPRA requests answered by county council. It ties in directly to the lawsuit that you've been paying for. I believe $150,000, going all the way up to the Supreme Court. If the responses that I get from county council when I request documents are, well, we're going to need another 14 days. We're going to need another 30 days. We're going to need another 30 days. And then they respond, you're going to need to pay us $130 with 30 hours worth of work to begin searching for the documents that you've requested. Now, obviously, this is obstruction. There is several open CPRA requests that are pertinent that if the public understood and knew, and the Board of Supervisors understood and knew, would bring a lot of light to this situation. Now, I've read a series of articles about the jail and similar issues that it seems the board has had. I need to remind the board that the Brown Act gives no agency rights over the public. You cannot hold information hostage just because it may paint you or paint certain people in an unfavorable light. That is the entire point of transparency and accountability in the Brown Act and for CPRAs. Thank you.
Any further comment?
Maria Elena de la Garza.
Please continue. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Buenos dias. I'm Maria Elena de la Garza. I'm the Executive Director to the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. And I just wanted to share with you, I am the Vice Chair working with Sister in the Pajaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance Group. And we will be seeing you shortly one-on-ones. We're trying to schedule just some updates with each one of you. I wanted just to share that we have been part of emergency response since day one, starting with providing Mixteco translation at the press conference, providing economic relief to the Pajaro residents, and also providing boots on the ground support every day at the shelter since day one, and providing Indigenous language speaking interpretation and support for those families. Currently, we are one of the providers offering the Storm Assistance for Immigrants program through the state of California. And I'm happy to report that to date, we've processed 286 applications from Pajaro residents, which, if all approved, will bring in $431,000 thus far to the community. We look forward to meeting with you and sharing our work with and conversations around unmet needs, and also sharing our long-term vision that will not only infuse support to Pajaro, but also be a strategic growth vision for Pajaro that will allow thriving in the community. I also want to extend my thanks to Supervisor Church and each one of you who have been so important in advocating and providing support to the community. We look forward to meeting you in person and sharing more details. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
There are no more hands raised.
With that, we will recess the Board of Supervisors and take up the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Have the roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly and Supervisor Lopez, who has stepped out.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Are there any general public comments on items that are not on the Monterey County Water Resources Agency agenda for today?
Nice.
No line. Thank you. Then we will take up the consent calendar. There's two items: to approve an agreement with the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency, and also to ratify the general manager's, this is number two, for ratify the general manager's execution of all necessary temporary work. Are there, I was going to see if there's any comments from the board first on to either one of these matters. I did want to ask on item number two, the agreement wasn't attached on that had been ratified. As those agreements have all been worked out and are available?
Yes, good morning. This is Shauna Murray, Deputy General Manager. So due to the timing of those agreements, they weren't ready for the packet. Since then, we do have those and they are available for review.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any public comment on the consent agenda items? No one in the chambers, no one online. Come back to the board.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency agenda item.
I'll second.
Moved by Supervisor Adams, seconded by Supervisor Askew. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And it passes. We move now to the scheduled matter of receiving an update on the repair projects of the Pajaro River Levee left bank. And I'll pass that off to Shauna Murray, our Deputy General Manager. Thank you,
Yes.
Shauna.
Good morning again. Thank you for hearing this item today to consider receiving an update on the repair projects at the Pajaro River left bank in Monterey County and provide direction to staff as necessary. So as you're acutely aware, we had severe weather events, January, March, and everywhere in between. And the Pajaro levee did sustain some substantial damage at several locations. The most significant damage was at two complete breach locations that are now called Site 1 and Site 3, as well as one erosion site of the levee, and that's Site 2. So the Pajaro levee is a federally owned project, and that means that the Army Corps of Engineers can assist with repair and rehabilitation for major projects. And that's under the PL 8499 program. So the agency is the non-federal sponsor and we're in good standing with the Army Corps. And so we are eligible for their funding and assistance for these types of issues. We are making that transition to the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency. That is still underway. And so we are working together collaboratively to make sure there's no hiccups in moving these projects forward. The projects do need to be coordinated with FEMA and NRCS, and this is an Army Corps regulation, so to make sure there's no duplication of federal funding. So the agency was requested to submit any requests for repair and rehabilitation back in March. And so we did submit those for the January events. Each event is unique. We had 17 sites, and a site can be any scale. So it could be a small area of an issue or larger. So we had 17 sites for January storms. We then expedited a request for the March storms for the 3 critical sites that I described. And this was an expedited request ahead of the Corps reaching out to us. And then in March, we also had some smaller scale issues where there were 35 sites. And so we did submit a formal request for assistance on those 35. We have only heard back on the 3 critical sites. So we did receive a letter on June 5th that the 3 critical sites are approved for repairs. And this means that the Army Corps will lead those repairs with our assistance. So again, site 1 is that original breach location on the upstream end of the levee, upstream of the town of Pajaro. Site 2 is the erosion site under Highway 1 bridge. And the site 3 is the breach on the downstream end of the levee near the ocean. So kind of an overview of all of the sites. So we have in this upstream area, we have this breach site as well as some other minor damage sites. We have some in between. Highway 1 is down here at River Mile 3, and the ocean is down here by River Mile 1. So I'll go into detail on each of these sites. Site 1, there wasn't a temporary flood fight repair, and you can see that in these photos. We have some plastic here, which we call a raincoat, and that was to waterproof the repair. This pond of water here is on the riverside, and this is a large scour hole. And then this is another view of that with the flood fight levee here in the background. And here's kind of an up close picture of the flood fight material. Again, this is leaky material, which is why we want to repair it this year. This picture where the tree is fallen over, that is the farm side of it. So there's also an extensive scour hole there. The plans shown in the bottom right show this scour hole here that will be repaired. There's some scour along here as well as the levee breach. So this design was completed by the Army Corps. It's at 100% design. The agency has gotten all those landowner and grower authorizations so that the Army Corps can enter the site and use a staging area. The bidding is complete, the contractor's been selected, and construction should begin later this month and be completed by November 30th. In all likelihood, it'll be completed much quicker, but that's the window that the Corps would like to have for construction on site. Site 2 is a little hard to see because it is under the bridge, so I apologize for the shadows, but you can see here is the erosion along the bridge. And on this side, on the right-hand side, Caltrans already completed the repairs to their erosion site. So that is now complete. The Pajaro County Sanitation District does need to relocate the force main in this location so that the Army Corps can have access to the site and repair the levee. So that is underway. It's under design and review by the Corps at this point. The levee repair design is still in progress. It's at a 60% design. And the levee repairs are anticipated to begin in the fall. This site will probably be the 3rd site to start work. It's also the quickest repair because it's an erosion site. They estimate it will be a few weeks to complete this. And so again, it should be done before winter. And finally, site 3, this area was also a full breach. The design is being finalized right now by the Army Corps. The agency has gained all of the access agreements necessary for the Corps to come in and stage and access this site. The contracting bidding is well underway and the selection should occur later this month. And construction should begin this summer and be completed by the end of the year. So in summary, the agency will continue to support the Army Corps and do whatever is needed as the non-federal sponsor to expedite these critical repairs so they can be completed by winter. Additional repairs are being coordinated with the PERFMA agency. And again, so things can be done before the rainy season, and the longer term repairs and rehabilitation under this program are still being considered. So we do anticipate receiving a letter from the Corps as far as what other repairs they will take on. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions by the board? I do have a couple of questions. On site one, a muscle wall was needed there during the storms. Is the rebuilding going to be so that will not be necessary in the future, or do we know exactly how that's going to lay out?
My understanding is the Corps will build the levee back to its original design. And so that's what the specs should show, that it would not need a muscle wall, that it would be the same elevation as the right bank on the other side.
Okay, very good. And on the 35 other minor places of work, is there a time of completion for those?
So the Army Corps has completed their inspection. So one of the requirements under this program is that the agency does an inspection, submits a lot of background information, and then the Army Corps comes out and they validate the information and collect additional information. So due to the breadth of 35 sites, that we anticipate hearing something from them over these next few months. But we'll need to have those conversations about expediting some of those repairs as well before winter as necessary. And so that's in the works as well. The Army Corps may not be able to mobilize that quickly, and it may be on the non-federal sponsors to do that work. So we're still kind of working through what can be done before this winter, now that the 3 critical sites are well on their way.
Okay. But we are working on plans on getting those minor repairs done here before.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the public? I see none in line. I see none in the room, none online, both. So they return back to the board, and there are a motion to just a presentation. Do we need to have a motion on this one?
Mr. Chair, one more question, just on, sure. I was listening to the presentation on my way here. You said the work will be done by the end of the year. Not knowing when the storms may begin. I think that was kind of the concern, right? Is getting the work done before the next, if we were to see a serious set of storms come, that work would be done. So are we trying, is there a way to expedite it to try to get this done a little sooner rather than giving that date of just the end of December?
Yeah, so there is a larger window so that the Corps has access to the property as needed through the end of the year. But the anticipation for Site 1, which is the most critical site to get done, it'll be about an 8-week project starting this month. So that should be well ahead of the rainy season. Site 3, again, should start this summer as well, and is probably also an 8-week project. So we're looking at September, October, those 2 sites that are full breaches being completed. The erosion site didn't have the same type of urgency since the levee stayed intact. And so those early storms, it may be okay at that site. Again, that's only a 2-week project. And so it should be done by October as well, but the Corps would like to have a buffer in case there's additional needs. So it is anticipated before the rainy season, right, but their authorization is through December 31st.
That's reassuring to hear that it'll be done much sooner. Appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
So this is just an update, and we do not have to have any board action on this. And with that, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and I will turn this chair over to.
We can continue until we break if you want.
Sure.
It's like a dress rehearsal for him.
Right. We will reconvene then the Board of Supervisors. And we have the roll call, please.
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Thank you. And we'll move to our scheduled matters, which is number 7, which is regarding amending the personnel policies and practices resolution to adjust the base wage salary range of the deputy sheriff's operations. Yes.
CAO.
Sonia De La Rosa. So we're here to talk to you today about the completed comp study that was done for our sheriff deputies. So it's COMPA. Our assistant HR director, Kim Moore, handled and completed that base wage study, and she's here to provide details to you regarding the completion of that. So I'll pass it over to Kim.
Good morning, Vice Chair Church and members of the board. In March 16th of 2022, the county and the County of Monterey Patrol Officers Association, otherwise known as COMPA, reached a tentative agreement. And as part of that agreement, it was agreed that there would be a compensation study conducted on the deputy sheriff operations. We conducted the study. The Human Resources Department conducted the study. In addition, the TA also stated that if the base wage study found that they were below market, that the intent was to bring them to market prior to the end of the contract, which is set to expire 1/31 of 2025. So the base wage compensation study, we actually matched all 9 of our comparable agencies. And those agencies include the County of Contra Costa, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, and Sonoma, as well as the cities of Monterey and Salinas. The analysis of the base wage compensation study showed that this classification is 8.12% below market. In accordance with the compensation philosophy, the salary range of the deputy sheriff operations would need to be adjusted by 8.12% at top step in order to align it with the market. That's my presentation on the base wage analysis. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions from the board? No questions. Are there any comments from the public? Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Scott Davis. I'm the president of COMPA, the County of Monterey Patrol Association. I represent the men and women who are on the streets answering 911 calls for service and patrolling the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. I first want to say that through this negotiation process, and from my experience being on both the municipal side of negotiations and now union side, Ariana Hurtado and her team did an outstanding job. I couldn't speak more highly about her and her team, the professionalism, accountability, and the trust that we built at the negotiating table. And that's important at a negotiating table, is to have trust. I also want to share a story. Yesterday, Friday morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, deputies responded to a report of shots being fired in an ag field just outside the city limits. They responded, they were able to locate the vehicles and the subjects. There were 6 subjects in total. We had 2 deputies responding. This is a common thing nowadays with not having enough deputies on the streets. One of the deputies ended up getting into an altercation with this person, took his radio away, and luckily there was another deputy there so they could call for assistance. We only had 4 deputies working in North County from Gonzales North that day. The gun was located. Eventually, 25 rounds had been fired in the ag fields towards residential buildings, in the residences in the outlying areas. Luckily, it ended well. Nobody was seriously injured, and people were held accountable. But these are the trials that we face every day patrolling the county of Monterey and not having the resources. And I urge each and every one of you to seriously look at this compensation study and to bring us up and vote yes, and bring us up to the mid-market value, not only with the agencies in the study, but it would also bring us to about mid-market value in the local area that's not included in the compensation study. Right now, we are one of the lowest paid agencies in the entire county of Monterey, and this will help get us there so we can attract and retain qualified individuals for law enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Justin Patterson. I'm also a deputy with Monterey County Sheriff's Department. Been employed for a little less than 23 years. I'm not going to go over exactly what Scott just said, but I will give you another example. I also, about a year ago, by myself, contacted an individual that had some mental health issues. And upon contact, it was an immediate fight. He attacked me. I was by myself for almost 3 minutes, fighting an individual that was bigger than me and stronger than me. But because of my training experience that you all have provided for me in that 23 years, I was able to hold them off until I had backup arrive. However, we are looking at right now, you're only seeing 8 of us at any given time throughout the entire county, and that's just not enough. And for you to bring us up to market value, we will be attractable to other agencies, other cops that want to work for us to come to us and protect the people of Monterey County. We'll have more. And that's essentially what we need. The money is, I know it's a lot to ask for, but the money is to bring that talent, not just guys that are just making the cut. We want to bring in actual talent that, hey, the sheriff's department's making comparable money to us. We'd like to work for the sheriff's department. You know, we have, as you can tell, we have a very good EMT now, executive management team that is trying to put us in the right direction. Where we have faltered in the past, we are doing better now. But we need to be substantially increased from this 8.1% to bring us up to market value so we can get more deputies on the streets for the people of Monterey County and your constituents. Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? No. Online?
The sheriff has her hand raised. Tina Nieto.
Sheriff Nieto.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. You know, I just would like to remind the Board of Supervisors that you have a financial responsibility to fund the sheriff's office, and you made a commitment across the county, and thank you for that, for all county workers, to fund, you know, the people that work for us, and on the public safety side, who will give their lives for the public, and just to come up to standard wages. Like the speakers before me, this would just bring us up to mid-level here in the peninsula. We won't be the highest step, even though we're the largest agency, law enforcement agency in the county. I just want to remind the Board of Supervisors that, you know, there are mandated service by the state of California Constitution. The Sheriff's Office is responsible for providing essential law enforcement services, maintaining public safety, and upholding the law in our county. You know, we've seen what happens when people don't stay with agencies. We've seen how the effects it has on our communities. And these are not good effects. This is lawlessness. And I won't go into it. We see it in the news every night. We read about it in the papers. Luckily, we're kind of maintaining our county, but I don't want to see our county move in a direction that we've seen other counties north of us, because people are not supporting the core functions in this county. The county government is legally obligated to ensure that we provide these services. And these services include patrolling communities, responding to emergencies, investigating crimes, and operating county jails. So I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to allocate the funds to meet this legal requirement, because we are a core service. And I see money going to things, and look, I want special programs out there for everybody, but we are giving monies to things that are not what they consider core services. And I just want to keep getting back to core services that the state of California Constitution says that as a Board of Supervisor that you will do these certain things. You know, you have an obligation for the county budget. I won't get into that. You guys know your obligations, but you also have a public safety obligation. And you as the board are fundamentally responsible to ensure that public safety and the well-being of residents with the county. And you do that by funding the services and making sure that we're working collaboratively to provide the best services we can. Look, by providing funding to the Sheriff's Office adequately, you fulfill that obligation to provide essential law enforcement services to our community. And they demand that. You've all gone through the elected process. And one of the things that always comes up in every survey that's done in communities is public safety, public safety, public safety, then potholes and lights. Look, the financial support enables the Sheriff's Office to have the necessary resources to be able to respond to emergencies, prevent and investigate crimes, maintain order, and ultimately safeguard the public. I mean, we've seen the bad things that can happen in the short 7 months that I've been here. We've had incident after incident. Some have not turned very tragically. There's a lot that the public don't even hear about because the officers luckily they love their community, they're well trained, and they're getting out there and doing their stuff. But we need the bodies out there on the patrol side too. Look, the sheriff's office is part of the county governance structure. Again, I'm getting back to the state of California Constitution. We are a core function. And you guys oversee and govern county operations, including law enforcement services, by the budgets that you provided. By funding the sheriff's office, you exercise your governance role effectively, and you ensure that county residents receive the necessary law enforcement protections and services. I just want to add, look, it's your financial responsibility to fund the sheriff's office because, again, it's a core function of the county, mandated by law, essential for public safety, and integral to the county governance structure. By allocating these funds to the sheriff's office, you fulfill that obligation to provide law enforcement services, ensure public safety, and exercise that financial accountability and oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further hands raised? No. Okay, we'll close public comment then.
Just a brief comment on the item itself. It actually includes language that states that we will review the departmental budget. And if there is a need to potentially provide an update in appropriations, then we would look at it either November or December when we're looking at unassigned fund balance and other resources that may be available at that time. So as part of this action, this amends the PPPR, but the sheriff will begin by absorbing within her budget. And then if there's once we have a better idea as the months have gone on, we'll be potentially bringing this back in November, December for discussion and to see whether or not additional appropriations are needed.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to express first of all my gratitude to all the hard work that our patrol officers do. As was already stated, there's sometimes very few on a shift, and I agree with everything they said. They deserve to get fairly compensated in comparison to their colleagues. So I support that. I want to support this motion, and I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation. But I did want to just tell the sheriff, though, out of all the augmentation requests that we got in our budget in June, the department that had the most overruns and overtime and other expenses was the sheriff's department. We funded that. The department that got the most augmentation requests out of any other department in this budget this year was the sheriff's department. So yes, it's our responsibility, but money is not limitless. And we all know that in the next 2-3 years, there's going to be a tighter, more difficult budget ahead of us. And we had to be honest about that. And yes, we have a responsibility to fund the sheriff's office. That's not complex to understand, but we also have a obligation to fund all the other critical programs that we provide to our community. And there are many that this county provides to our residents. But I just want to acknowledge, I see the language. I'm skeptical about it because it says the sheriff will manage and monitor that it will be observed. The department will observe these increases with modifications needed to return by December. But we know it's going to happen. This department has overruns. Supervisor Askew, who served for the last 7 years on the budget committee, clearly know the history of this department. It has the most overruns out of any. And there's other departments that really make an effort to come under budget to go, or if they come over budget, it's just slightly. But that's not the case here. And our board has funded that in the past. And that is taken away from other core services as well. So I know what's going to happen here. I know it's inevitable, but because of the work that our patrol officers do, I'm going to support it. I think that they deserve it. I'm glad our HR department did this wage study to make sure that we're staying competitive with our comparable counties. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm happy to second the motion and just concur in the concerns. Where we're headed, inevitably there will have to be cuts. So we know even if we raise salaries long term, it might mean less services in terms of bodies out there over time as we have to bring the budget into alignment. But overall, I'm supportive because the men and women who serve us in the sheriff's department deserve to be properly compensated. And this does that. But there are long-term ramifications. And I think this board has done more than its duty and gone above and beyond in making sure that we're making whole the sheriff's department over the last few years in comparison to other units. So just with the comments made, I had to have that on the record. And again, happy to support this as a seconder on the motion.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the sheriff joining us today and your comments. And I think I just want to be really clear that, as my colleagues have said, like, this board has made a committed effort to working in partnership and collaboration with the sheriff's office. We're putting good faith money towards that relationship. I think our actions this year have been clear that we want to build a productive, positive, collaborative working relationship with the sheriff's office. And so our commitment for that is here. And I also need to say that from a county budgeting process, this really should have been included in the county budget process. This was not referenced. The date on this agreement started. It was known in March of 2022 that we'd reached a tentative agreement to include a base wage compensation. The base wage compensation was in the works. We knew that this $1.5 million cost was sitting out there. And when we know things like that, that has to be included as a budget consideration so that we're all on the same page working forward. In our budget process, we did authorize significant increases to the sheriff's office budget because we're committed, I think, above and beyond because of the growing trust and relationship that we're trying to build. And so I 100% support paying all of our employees, our public safety employees, our social workers, our administrative professionals. We need to pay our employees fair wages. But the way that this is coming forward outside of the budget process, when we knew that it was something that was pending, it's really not fair to play budget games that put our workers in the middle. That's unfair and not right. And the ask that I have for the sheriff is that I would like to, what I heard your comments just now, you're very clear, but what I'm looking for is a commitment from the sheriff that you are going to work to truly work to absorb this additional cost within the currently allocated budget. And I would feel I'm going to approve this, but I would feel much more comfortable knowing that it's coming on the heels of our budget approval, that knowing that the sheriff is committed to continuing to work collaboratively with us and make sure that this is a part of the budget that was approved. So I don't know if we can give the sheriff another opportunity to comment, but
Sure, I'd be happy to, but
if I can just address
or from our CAO, how we're going to manage this, because I am very concerned that we are going to, we're approving this. We just approved a significant increase to the sheriff's office budget, and that we're going to be hearing a report in, but I don't want to play these budget games. I'm interested in having really honest conversations about what the cost of doing business is. And I want to know that we're all on the same page as we move forward.
So we have actually, when we went through the budget process, we knew that we would be about 8 million in base wage studies that were not included in the budget. We actually found that out in May and shared it with your board originally and also with the departments, because there was a lot of concern from departments that this would not be something that they would be able to absorb. 8 million, total 4.6 was going to be general fund. And what we found since I arrived in January is that we have base wage studies that are being conducted and they're not in alignment with our budget process. So when we do have something like this that comes forward, I think we do, and we're in discussion with HR and also with our budget team, that there has to be some alignment so that we have those numbers as we're preparing the budget. We're going to circle back and speak to department heads tomorrow as well to give them a general idea of what we're trying to do, where there may be a period where we actually have to go dark while we're preparing the budget. So we have the estimates of what the costs are going to be for the next year, and that the base wage studies would actually be effective July 1st of that next year and are already budgeted within every department's budget. Otherwise, you'll see it as you've seen it last year and this year, where they're coming forward and they want to absorb it, and they do, but sometimes that means that they can't hire people that they really need within the department. So that is something I am working with departments, sheriff's office included, and also some of that coordination could be through the Department of Human Resources and our budget team to ensure that we do have the revenue that need to, in order to be able to cover as we're going into the next year. So what we anticipate anticipate is for fiscal year 24-25, we'll have a better idea because we hope to be able to have that window of time. But that's still some more discussion that needs to happen, including with our units.
You requested Supervisor ask you if the sheriff could speak. Do you still have that request?
I mean, it sounds like there's some work in progress, but I would love to know that we have the commitment of the sheriff to work to manage the budget for this year.
I gotta go to Sheriff Nieto first. If Sheriff Nieto is still on there, then I'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Of course, thank you, Board of Supervisors. So the budget games are, I guess you could say it's across the county. We're not playing budget games with you, Supervisor Askew. 70% of the augmentation went before the budget in November 2020. You guys approved it, but they didn't include it in the budget, so it had to come in as an augmentation. We tried to get the salary increase with the budget office. We attempted to include it in the augmentation, and we were told we couldn't do that. So we don't want to play any games. We want to be very transparent. So it might be a process across the whole county that the Board of Supervisors may have to look at, because there's no secrets here. All these things, we're trying to come forward and let you know that we need them. And when we know about them, we're talking to our partners in the county to figure out how we get it in front of you guys. So this is not game playing.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, and all to my colleagues as well. I think that the sheriff's original comments were a bit stinging, and I think we're all sort of responding to that. But trust goes both ways. And if she is telling us that she's going to work on her budget and that she's going to be really working hard to ensure that she can cover it, I think that we need to be trustful as well and look to that. And we'll be able to, when we have, if things don't go the way we expect them to, we're going to have another conversation about it. But I don't think that people really want to play games. I think, honestly, we all want the same thing. We truly do. We want to see our sheriffs paid what they deserve. We want to be able to retain the workforce that we have, whether it's with the Sheriff's Department or any other one, as you had said, Supervisor. So my hope is that we will go to the belief that we are all working in the same way. We are all rowing in the same direction, and the sheriff will do everything that she can to ensure that she can cover the additional increases as well from her budget. We'll be able to ask for updates throughout the rest of the calendar year if we don't want to wait until December. And if that's what one wants to do, we can do that. But I don't think we're playing games. I think everybody wants the same thing. And my hope is that we're going to continue to work together to ensure the best for the people who live in Monterey County. Thank you.
So I also very much support this. I think it's extremely important that we have these competitive wage so that we can recruit deputies. As we heard, we have a real shortfall of deputies, and we need to retain those who have experience and have been with this county for a long time, such as those who Deputy Davis and Patterson mentioned here earlier from their long service. I know we do lose deputies to sister agencies in other counties, and this is extremely important. I also have, as Supervisor Askew pointed out, real concerns with coming in so early in a budget season as this. We're not even a month in. We're barely 3 weeks, and not even 3 weeks in, and we're already coming up on altering the budget we just approved just weeks ago. However, I do understand that there are unusual circumstances, probably from last year within the Sheriff's Department, as the current sheriff was only in control of that budget for half a year. I realized this was a study done last summer, and it probably wasn't put forth by the previous administration as it should have been. So I don't want to set this as a precedent in how we deal with salary issues. And I think we're, as a CIO pointed out, we're not going to be doing that. However, it's, as we look at this now and going forth here, this year's budget, this year's department policies, they're going to be wholly owned by the current sheriff. And I'm glad to hear that she supports willing to do that. So are there any other further comments from?
Yeah, I just wanted to, just for future direction, because I think I agree with Supervisor Askew, we need a better way to deal with these wage studies. Because otherwise, if we keep doing this after we approve a budget, this was 1.5 million. And I know there's other wage studies out there. If we keep approving them, the balanced budget that we approve in June is going to be out of whack. We're gonna compile the difficulties in the following year, because these are not one-time payments. These are ongoing wage increases that will, whatever we're predicting and our budget team is trying to predict for next year, it will be worse. We have 1/8 through 2/3 of our strategic reserve. We use most of our contingency fund already for this year. So I would urge and caution our CAO and all our budget team that we need to be honest and come with a better process for approving these. And like we all said, we think all our employees deserve fair wages. But if we don't watch this closely, what's going to happen is that we're going to then be facing significant layoffs. I think the last time we faced in 2018, we had a proposed 168 layoffs. In the end of that process, because of vacancies, it was only about 18 or so. But I don't want to go back to that because that's unfair. We approve, and I've brought this up before, we approve these new positions, we hire new employees, and then they're the first on the chopping block. And that is not fair to them. And that's going to be very real for many of these new hires come next year if we keep putting these mid-year augmentations that are put those additional serious pressures on the budget for the following year. So I would just ask our budget team as direction to come with a better process to deal with these wage studies and wage increases, so that we could factor them in early, and we could each year we could pay for those that we can afford, and might have to think of how to fund those others that we cannot. But that's the question that's before us. And I would hope we could include that, because I think we all recognize that we need to do this process better.
And we will follow up with the budget team and also work in coordination with HR. One of the things we want to make sure as well is whether, working with Ari to see if there's any additional conversations that need to be had in terms of the process itself when it comes to base wage studies, because I know that there is some language within some of our MOUs about that.
So if we could just include that, if everybody's okay, I would like to augment that into the motion, just to provide that direction for staff to come back with that better process of dealing with their wage studies mid-year.
The second stands.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Just a comment to that point. The HR committee, I think, has been engaged, and if I know our HR team is here, has been engaged in sort of a lot of conversation around class and comp studies. And I think bringing the information back to the full board would be really beneficial. But I want to be really clear that in no way am I saying that we shouldn't continue doing class and comp studies. We've made a significant effort to get class and comps done on classifications that have not been done in over decades for some of our lowest paid workers. And I think that those workers, we're not even talking about competitive wages, we're talking about getting to fair wages. And so as long as we can remain committed to getting all of our workers to fair wages, especially those that are working in those lowest paying positions, I think having the process be daylighted for the full board would be very beneficial under those sort of set of values that we've laid out through HR committee. Thank you.
Comments? Okay. Seeing none, then following on Supervisor Alejo's motion and Supervisor Lopez's second, we will vote on approving the recommendations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So passes.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. We move on to item 7.1. This is consider adopting an approval of the proposed concession agreement. Oh, excuse me. Am I on the right one here?
Yes.
7.1. Yes. Okay. Yep. For 7.1A, which I just mentioned, and 7.B to execute the proposed concessionaire agreement for the Friends of Laguna Seca in terms of the operation and management of the Laguna Seca recreational area.
Good morning, Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, and members of the public. I'm Brian Flores, Chief of Parks. With me today, I have Ryan Bell, who's our Administrative Operations Manager and County Representative to Laguna Seca. My staff will be bringing up a presentation shortly. hopefully. There we go. Okay, next slide, please. So we'll give a brief overview of the concession agreement and then handle some questions and comments from the board as well as members of the public. Next slide. The Friends of Laguna Seca proposed concession agreement is a public-private partnership for the management and operation of Laguna Seca. It will, excuse me, it will have operations funding as well as a capital improvements plan. It will refocus our general fund resources to other county programs and departments and rehabilitate and rejuvenate Laguna Seca recreation area. There are at this time no proposed changes to the program of events. If the program of events or intensification of use is to go forward, that will require additional environmental review. Next slide. During our last meeting last week, there were some comments and questions from some of the supervisors, one of which was the length of term for this agreement. It is approximately a 55.5-year agreement with Friends of Laguna Seca, depending on when it's executed. We did find some examples of some long-term agreements. Some are concession agreements, some are management agreements, some are operations agreements in our local area in California, one of which is the Salinas Sports Complex, which with the California Rodeo Association and the city of Salinas has a 50-year term. Bayonet and Black Horse Golf Course has a 75-year term with the LLC for the management and operation of the golf course. The San Diego Civic Theater has a 50-year agreement with a 501c3 in the city of San Diego. And the Moscone Center in San Francisco has a 37-year agreement with a joint venture business. The next slide. The depreciation schedule is brought up to have made public. And so we've done that. It's included in your packet. I wanted to make a point that with regards to the book value, the accumulated depreciation, those items really don't weigh into the conversation because in the agreement, Friends of Laguna Seca will need to replace those assets, whether or not the book value is the same today or as it was when the asset was brought in. Really what we're interested in is the years of useful life. So at the end of the useful life, Friends will need to replace that asset or confer with the county and come to an agreement on whether or not to replace it or leave it. For instance, say the pavilion, if it comes up and the building is still in good condition, et cetera, we'll work with the concessionaire to determine whether or not that building needs to be replaced. Next slide, please. For your consideration today, one of the actions would be to approve the CEQA exemption for no changes of use or under the concession agreement, and to adopt a resolution to authorize the chair of the board to execute the proposed concession agreement. And then we're available for any questions or comments the board may have.
Any questions from the board? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for getting us these additional documents that we requested and taking the feedback that's been shared over the past handful of meetings to amend and incorporate into the contract and to all those partners that have been patiently working with us to make sure we get this right. This is a significant commitment for the county to make, potentially 55 years of one of our most valuable assets that the county, land assets that the county has. So I appreciate everyone's patience. I did have a question on the depreciation schedule under the buildings. There's one item that's listed just simply as a building that has a 0 useful life remaining. And I'm wondering what that building might be referring to, if we know.
Donna, could you please go back to the depreciation? Oh, great.
It's kind of small. Can you see that, Brian? Because
I was like this. So whereabouts, Supervisor Askew, is it on?
It's near the top. It's under the building, in the building section. It's the second from the bottom of the building section, and it just says building with an original purchase cost of about $298,642, and it shows a 0 remaining useful life of 0 years.
So we would need to dig into that a little bit more.
Okay.
Some of these items were from when Scramp was the concessionaire.
Okay.
And while we were able to get some detail from some of the records we have, some of the items just simply stated that building, track improvements, but didn't really tell us what the track improvements were. So we're still digging into that.
Okay.
But given the price on that, I would, presume that it's some type of
building,
temporary non-stick built.
Okay.
What it looks like in my observation, this could possibly be the Butler building, the steel building that the concessions use out in the paddock area. That would fit the price range.
Something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So that, and then, and you're not going to see it on this screen, but I know we just invested some significant water and sewer upgrades using county ARPA dollars. Where would I find those on this list, or will those be added in the next cycle of updates?
Those will be added upon completion. The same thing with the track and the bridge projects. Once we get the final numbers and the final construction costs, those will be added. And we are currently working with the Auditor Controller's Office on getting those into the depreciation schedule.
Okay. And I saw in the staff report somewhere that the bridge and the track replacement would be added. I just wanted to make sure that we were also including those water and sewer system repairs.
Correct. Those projects are still under works.
Okay. And then maybe I'm missing it, but I know we've heard that there's need for additional deferred maintenance, capital maintenance done at the campgrounds. And I didn't see that listed anywhere on the depreciation schedule.
So the Friends of Laguna Seca and A&D Norigi will be having a presentation after this. They'll address some of the campground
initial. Okay.
Yeah. Improvements.
Okay. I think it's, and I, asked, and I keep asking questions about the depreciation schedule because I think that this is one of those, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, when someone else maybe is sitting here trying to figure out what did we intend, what were we talking about, what was actually agreed to, I want to leave them with as little ambiguity as possible moving forward. And so getting this fairly clear and documented and in the record is part of what I think is important. So it sounds like there's a little more work to be done on this. A depreciation schedule. However, in the staff report, I know condition number 3 is that we still have to agree on a financial statement detailing the current financial condition of Laguna Seca recreational area. And so a part of that agreement, I think, needs to include like a fully vetted depreciation schedule. So I'll just make that request as part of that item number 3 to be agreed on by our CAO and staff.
Most definitely. And some of the other items that are on here, such as the vehicles, things like that, Friends will, if the concession agreement is approved, Friends may decide to purchase vehicles, some of these assets that are not, permanent assets, so to speak. So this depreciation schedule will change based on, current or future work with Friends when they determine what they want to purchase, and what parks will take back, or the county will take back.
And then let's see here. Just wanted to call it. So we've had some communication come into our office. Folks who have questions about the process that the county used to engage in the discussion with Friends. And I would just ask that we could just get a quick verbal explanation of where the process began, how it proceeded, what opportunities the public have had for knowledge of the conversation and to have their voices heard in the process.
Sure. So I assume you're speaking of recent times, not 2016.
This concessionaire's agreement that's in front of us.
So it was brought forward as a proposal to the county, of which we came to the board in closed session and open session to discuss this and whether or not we want to move forward with that.
And that was November of 2022?
Approximately.
Okay.
Yes. And then the process carried on from there through various public and closed session meetings with the board. Negotiations continued. The board gave authority to county council and to staff to continue on with negotiations. And we brought it into the public session when we needed to. And that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. And so it was an unsolicited proposal that came to the county that then allowed us to engage in a conversation. And I know there's been some questions about why we didn't go out to an RFP or if we were required to go out to an RFP. And I don't know if that's something that county council can just comment on. Is that something that we would have been required to do, or why were we able to do this without doing an RFP?
Well, I will, Susan Blitch is here. She's
Susan's
been
great.
more
Thank
involved
you.
than I have.
Supervisor Askew, as far as the public participation, there were, I think, at least 3 or 4 board meetings in the open session to discuss this. As far as the RFP process, as you know, there was a failed RFP process several years back. This is a concession agreement and a service contract that is not required to have an RFP.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, we had public comment earlier today regarding some public records requests. And from what I understand, those are there's concerns or questions about, is there any intent to change the conditions of the deed, the use permit, the historical practice, or attendance limitations. And I just want to be really clear that everything that I see in the contract and in front of us on our staff report, item number E, one of the agreements is that Laguna Seca recreational area through this concessionaires agreement shall be managed consistent with the terms of the Army deed, the use permit, historical practice, including attendance limitations, and that we do not anticipate, or we're not planning on, this current agreement does not indicate any intensification of use. It does say, however, that if there was some future conversation about an intensification of use or a change to the use permit, that the implementation of the business plan and facility master plan may be subject to CEQA or NEPA, and Friends of Laguna Seca as a concessionaire would be required to comply with those provisions. And if we could just get clarification again, that in order for any of those changes to happen, there would have to be a public process that would have to come before this board.
That's correct. If there was an expansion of the use permit, it would have to come back and go through the regular use permit process.
Okay. And that's not contemplated. There's no change in use contemplated in the concessionaires agreement.
Right now, it's the historic use and the use permit that's occurred, or the use permit that the facility has.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to be really clear about what's in this contract and my understanding of what's in this contract so that we're all on the same page. I will also say that I think that 55 years is a long period of time to anticipate out like what we may need or not need, or what conditions may change for the success of Laguna Seca. So in my mind, regardless of who's operating Laguna Seca, like at some point we're going to have some conversations about that. So I've been, I think, saying that pretty consistently since I joined this board, that we need to really sit down and look at how we're maximizing the use of Laguna Seca to bring benefit to the community with the least amount of impact to the neighbors. So I continue to approach this from that line of thinking, but want to assure anyone who may have questions that any changes to the current use would have to go through a formal public process, the same as if anyone was engaged. Okay, I think those are all of my questions and comments. And again, I just want to thank everyone for their patience as we go through the bureaucratic public process. And I am hopeful that this contract represents a positive future for Laguna Seca, and one that the county and the community can be proud of. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. I don't want to underestimate the significance of this, but with many outstanding questions and comments, I think this is what I needed to say for now. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board before we go to the public? That will open up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak?
We do have a short presentation by the Friends of Laguna Seca. If you
do have
yes.
Yeah, let's hear that, please.
My apologies. Donna, if you could please pull up the A&D and Friends.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Thank you for bringing this forward. Once again, appreciate your patience and diligence on this matter. I'm here as president of Laguna Seca. I'm Ross Merrill. Also here from John Narigi from A&D Narigi, the current operator, and close out with our Vice President, Bruce Canepa. I'd like to just go over some of the positives of this concession agreement going forward. The fact that it's a public-private partnership between the County of Monterey and the nonprofit Friends of Laguna Seca. This is a long-term financial and risk independence for Laguna Seca, the track, the park, the operations, and the major events. This is a privately funded working capital for operations and maintenance for the park, as well as the CIP of $50 million. It will include a master plan that will be developed over the next year to answer some of your questions about the future vision for the place. A supervisor's position will be on our Friends board, so that'll be participation all along the way. Our Friends board is committed and passionate regarding the improvements required for the track and the park to elevate the guest experience and really bring it up to the same standard as you would see at other venues in Monterey County. Our immediate focus and financial support will be to the track and the park based on the current uses and operation. And the county will benefit from the direct spend and tax revenue, not to mention the reduction of risk from the general fund, which we have just heard you have lots of demands for. So with that, I'll leave it to John Narigi. Talk about some of the current conditions up there.
Thank you, Ross. Members of the board and staff. As you know, I'm your current operator, and up on that screen, and first I once again thank you for your commitment and investment on the track and the bridge. You will see, though, for the years of 2023 and 2024, from an operator standpoint, there's no fluff and buff in this list of new projects. It's really safety and security and things of that nature that the operation really needs. The Friends will be looking at a ticket of just shy of $7 million that will have to be invested into the facility. Supervisor Askew, you asked about camping. You will note one of those items is to begin a plan on the existing campsites, which are Chaparral, Can-Am, and Grand Prix, which is roughly about 164 sites that haven't been touched, I do not believe, since about 1967 when they were installed. So the park and the recreational capabilities of Laguna Seca will be enhanced as well. I want to stress this new change is not just about a racetrack. It's about a recreational facility, which is also a park that can be enjoyed by the residents and others, not just those that are in a motorized vehicle. To give you just a little bit of history, and as your operator, I looked at this position when I took it over in 2020. I wasn't from the industry, and I would say that was probably the best choice that the county made, not being a racer, not really caring much about cars or a racetrack. So I approached it very much as a business. And after 3 years and some pretty difficult years between a pandemic and 8 months closure to the bridge, back in late 21, I came to the conclusion the business model did not work. It could not sustain and would forever be a drain on this county. So with the help of a couple supervisors and staff, I approached them and said, here's my recommendation. It needs private capital. County needs to get out of the way of Laguna Seca. To compete in private business, it's very, very difficult being associated with a governmental agency. I knew Ross Merrill. I knew him from my previous life. I did not know Bruce Canepa. I sure knew his reputation. And I can honestly say those two gentlemen have assisted me tremendously in the last 2 years, understanding the business of racing, of vintage motorsports, and running a track in general. But we are all committed to running it as a successful business, which is important. And being a nonprofit, I've met many of the people that will be associated with Friends of Laguna Seca, And the county should be thrilled to have such a group that is so passionate about your asset. They are coming to town, spending money because they want to see Laguna Seca last into the future. And I think that's critical. I'm not going anywhere. My management team, and I have a couple behind me, Jeannie Sumners, has been out at Laguna for 23 years. Barry had left. He came back. He has got quite a few years behind at Laguna Seca. And unlike the famous 1617 issue, the community is supportive. The business community is supportive. Various city councils are supportive. I've talked to them. I've made several phone calls. This is a really good thing for the county. And I want to especially thank the Parks Department. Brian and Randy and Ryan have been so supportive. We approached this in a collaborative effort, which was not the case in 1617. There were no egos on the table. The people that have worked towards this concessionaire agreement have done it because they want to see Laguna Seca here in the future, and they want to spend their hard-earned money on improving your asset. So I recommend that you definitely vote in favor of the concessionaire's agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will go to public comment. I'm sorry, one more. Sorry. All right.
Supervisors, staff, how are you today? I'm Bruce Canepa. I want to thank you for your confidence in this historic public-private partnership. Friends Board brings to this partnership backgrounds and successes in business, marketing, fundraising, construction, and motorsports. For all of us, Laguna is our passion. It will be our pleasure and that of many supporters to restore and rebuild this iconic raceway and surrounding campground and facilities for the benefit of the community and fans worldwide. Thank you.
Okay, no more presentations. So 3 times the charm. Let's go to public comment.
Okay, good morning, board. My name is Eloise Shim. And the first time I went to Laguna Seca was many years ago when, as a teenager, you would take your blanket and sit down on the dirt hill and watch the race cars go around. It's much different now. And I mean, I haven't read all of the agreement or anything like that, but I do think that there are people who live in that neighborhood that have concerns about 1, noise, and 2, pollution. And so to have the exemption for the CEQA, I think I just don't think it's that good. There should be some kind of amendment so that it's not completely exempt. And the other thing is that I think that the extended time of 55 years is too much. I think you should amend it to maybe 2 5-year, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how that's going to evolve, what it's going to be in 25 years, 25 years or 55 years. So I think it's just too much. They're locked into having an agreement and having that business, as they call it, for 55 years. And I think it's excluding other people that might be better equipped to do it and for less money.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Mike Weaver, lifetime resident of the Toro planning area. Here today, meaning no disrespect to those people that have spoken in favor of this. However, historic use was brought up. Where's the data? It has changed. It has grown. It has expanded. Don't be afraid of environmental review. This is a 55-year lease that you're contemplating. There's been a lack of information and transparency. There's been, consent calendar items. There's closed door sessions. I've had to make 2 public records requests. Neither have been complied with yet. I'm waiting for the documents. These are unusual circumstances you're looking at. Please do environmental review. There's traffic, noise issues, water, public safety. You heard the sheriff today say there's a lack of deputy sheriffs. We don't have deputy sheriff. We don't have protection in the Toro area. We got one for a giant area. I mean, call him good luck. If he's down in Gonzales, you're not going to get him. The sheriffs used to be required to be at Laguna Seca for crowd control and public safety, and they had to pay for it. Another example that has come up is was triggered by the recent grand jury report regarding noise. And, the track gets rented out. It's hot 95% of the time, I'm told. And the more noise, the more rental income they get, to the detriment of the surrounding community. So what I'm saying today is maybe it's good, maybe it's not so good, maybe it can be changed, but don't be afraid of environmental review. It calls for it. Let's get the documents. Let's have public participation, get the public involved, and have environmental review and go forward from there. You don't need to make a decision today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board and CIO. I'm Janine Chikrat. I'm the managing director of the Portola Hotel and Spa, and I'm here representing Monterey County Hospitality Association and the hospitality industry. This is a win-win. This is a very, very fair proposal that's coming for you today. You have 3 gentlemen that are coming forward, which it's fantastic that they're members of our communities and they've been in our community forever, and they have a passion and a love for Laguna Seca. The 55-year agreement may seem long, but it really isn't. The amount of money and capital that needs to be invested, and you've learned firsthand this year by putting in a lot of money over the last couple of years, they're going to be doing that. And to recoup that, 55 years is very, very fair. You've been very open through this whole process. I've seen many meetings that you've had on this topic, and I want to thank you all for that. But I do hope you move forward today. This really is a crown jewel of the Monterey Peninsula. You will never have the money as a board to invest in it the way you need to. You hear about Pajaro and you hear about the sheriff, and you have a jail, you have a hospital, you have so many priorities and social programs that you need to fund, that to have people coming forward with a passion that wants to preserve the track and continue the operations and set it up for a successful future is phenomenal. And I think you're very, very fortunate to have a group of people that want to take this on. So I hope you move forward today. And I just want to say thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that wishes to comment? Seeing none online?
Yes. Tom Jacobi.
Mr. Jacobite, you have 2 minutes. Do we have anybody else we could go back to him?
John Pfeiffer.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes, right here. Thank you.
Yes, please continue.
Okay, thank you. John Pfeiffer, 43-year resident of the Peninsula, 33-year volunteer at Laguna Seca Raceway in the park. I live halfway between the racetrack and the airport, and it's great to hear the sound of freedom from both ends. I need to thank the Board of Supervisors for what they've done so far, and I look at what you're considering as doing the right thing for the majority, and I guess we have to talk about the majority of people in Monterey County. It will be a continued economic advantage. I live 200 yards from Highway 68, and the noise that I hear are people going to and from work during their business and visitors in the peninsula. And I guess that's the cost of being a great place to live in and a great place to visit. I need to tell you, as the secretary of Laguna Seca Volunteer Association, and as I said, 33 years with both Scramp and LSVA, and I represent a small group, only about 1/13 of the 146 full-time volunteers we have. And as your agenda came out and what we're going to do, what you plan to do was develop, you could just feel the change out there. You could just feel the positive energy. And I speak for myself. I know I speak for my committee, and I'm sure I speak for the majority of our organization. This is a good thing. We couldn't be more satisfied. Thank you, friends of Laguna Seca, and thank you, John Narigi, for bringing this to task. God bless us all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hands not raised anymore.
No more hands raised? No. Mr. Jacobite?
He's still on mute. Yeah.
Thank you. I guess we'll bring it back to the board here then for comments. Anybody would like to go first?
Go ahead.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank our staff for addressing some of the issues from our last meeting. This is our third public meeting on it in the last month or so. Some of our colleagues wanted some issues addressed, some more information brought forward, and you have done that. But for me, I see this as a significant historic day for Laguna Seca. It's a win in many ways, as already been stated by the public, that this was something that we've tried to reach several years back. We did do an RFP, went through a very long process that wasn't very fruitful. And luckily, we found Mr. Narigi to step forward and manage this place in collaboration with our county staff over the last 3 years or so. But now I think this is a new chapter of Laguna Seca's history to actually bring in private investment, bring in some more expertise from folks in the racing industry. And then not just racing, this, like as was already stated, beyond the recreation, it's not only cars, but motorcycles and the biggest bicycle event we have on the Central Coast, the Sea Otter Classic. What a tremendous biking event that we have there as well. But look, I really look at this as a win, not only for our economy and for tourism. As we all know, hospitality is our second largest industry in Monterey County. I really see it as a big win for keeping jobs going for many of our residents who depend on these types of events to bring in tourism. I think our county takes a lot of pride in that we have these premier world-class events for visitors to come and enjoy and for our local residents to come and enjoy. But I think more importantly, it addresses one of the biggest concerns about not having the public dollars to invest in this world-renowned racetrack as it merits. And so that's what this proposal brings forward. It's one of those good steps forward in terms of our ongoing budget. As we were talking about in the previous item, the budget's not getting any easier. It's going to be very difficult this year. So to not have a model and this concessionary agreement that brings in private capital, that's not going to draw significant resources away as was the previous case, I think that's a great accomplishment. And the benefits definitely outweigh any risk. But as I said at our last meeting, this is not the end. We want this to be successful. So it is going to, we need to have the county engaged to make sure that this concession agreement is going to fulfill all its goals that are envisioned for this. So I'm very proud of the work that has been done so far. I think this is something the public could be proud of. But we want to ensure that it is a true Monterey County success story, and I'm sure that it will be. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for this concessionary agreement and all the other language stated in the agenda that goes along with the motion. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm going to second that motion and just make a couple of quick comments. It was really important to me to have all of our colleagues support this moving forward. And I really thank all of you who have spent the time with each of us, all of us, to help us understand things even more deeply than we already have experienced. I look at the room and I just see all these faces of people who have been working on this so hard. And I want you to know just how much I appreciate your commitment, not just to racing, but your commitment to Laguna Seca, but even more so, your commitment really to the county. One of the things that Mr. Narigi said is just you have lived here. This is your community. And you are taking such an important, I think, as Janine said, true, the jewel in the crown. and you're putting your heart and your soul and you're putting your names and your reputation on the line to improve it and to make it better because you care about the place where you live, where you were raised, and where your children are. I thank you so much for that. I think this is just an extremely important day. It truly is, to have the opportunity to vote on something that I believe is going to really increase and improve the beautiful place that we have out there. You know, I cannot sometimes even believe my good fortune to represent the 5th District of Monterey County. I mean, it is truly the most beautiful part of the country, not just California. And I think that Laguna Seca is absolutely one of the key parts of the district. Clearly, it's all part of our county, and clearly the things that happen there benefit all of our county. When I think about the blimp flying over from time to time, I see people in all parts of the world just thinking, man, that's beautiful. When the King of Jordan rides up on a motorcycle to a little restaurant in Carmel, you know we've got something pretty special here. I won't continue on, but I just really want you to know how gratified I am to my colleagues, to all of the people in the community. I know not everybody is happy about this. I see my constituent in the back of the room making notes, but I'm delighted by it. And I am very happy to make the second to ensure that we can move this forward. I'm really looking forward to support it in any way I can. None of us knows what the future holds. None of us knows what's going to happen. But I believe, as Supervisor Askew had said, that if we're all working for the same thing, we all want to see the success. I cannot help but believe that we really will see terrific success. And I thank everyone who's worked on it so much. And I'm very happy to call for the question when we're ready.
Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I wholeheartedly concur with the comments from my colleagues. And on the global perspective of the impact of this particular decision, I think that they've touched really strongly on those impacts for our community. But for me, I want to share a little personal side. I had the opportunity the other day to attend the ribbon cutting for the new bridge and the brand new track surface with my son. And since then, every single day, he comes up to me with the 2 little motorcycles that I bought him in the island there and says, "Papa, motorcycles?" It's now part of him. And every day when I tell him I'm going to work, he asks 2 questions. "Vas lejos?" which is, "Are you going far?" And when I say no, he says, "Vas al track?" He knows that that's part of what I do, and it's important to him now. And I know that he wants to get back there. He's asked me several times if we're going back to the track today. To ensure that that track is there for many generations, it takes investment and it takes partnership. We know that we can't do it alone. We've tried that track and it doesn't work for us. But in partnership, we can ensure that it's there for future generations to make certain that it continues to be part of the legacy of Monterey County, which it will be because of the investments that we know are coming. It's not easy. These are tough decisions to make. And I've pushed really hard to make sure that we have as much of this conversation in public. And I want to just continue to appreciate our partners for being willing to step up and be our partner in this endeavor. And we know it won't always be perfect. We won't always agree on the path forward. That's how it works. But big picture, I go back to what it's for and what it's about. And it's about that second largest industry, making sure that it continues to thrive here, that we continue to bring people in to experience who we are and what we do in Monterey County. And I know that while we continue to suffer, I think, from the lettuce curtain, the truth is that people drive past what we do. They get to see how hard people in the Salinas Valley work when they come out to visit the track. I've had people that I've had the opportunity to sit next to in a restaurant explain to me, I came out for the races. I'd never driven past up from the south and seen how big this valley is and what it produces. It's one more way to help break down those barriers. This track is important for people in Monterey County, for people in California, for people throughout the world. And so I'm happy to support the motion as made today for those reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry to ask you, do you have any comments?
I think to the point, the questions that I've asked throughout this process and to the conversations that I've, had with our park staff, with our county budget team, that, this commitment that we're being asked to make is not without risk on the part of the county. And this commitment that a nonprofit organization is offering to make is not without significant risk. So just acknowledging those realities, saying if we're all taking some pretty big risks here, I think my commitment moving forward is to figure out how we can support the success. And I look forward to supporting the motion today. Thank you.
So, I do think it's important to realize, for the public to realize that, the operation of Laguna Seca, from what I understand, the county is really bound to use it as a recreational facility. And it would, to change that would, from my understanding, would take it basically an act of Congress. So it's something we have and could not easily change dramatically or dispose of, for that matter. And having come in late into this process, because I was not here on the board last year when this first came up for discussion and the board gave some direction, it's taken some time for me to get up to speed on this. I've had questions about the length of this, not because I oppose the length of the agreement. I actually felt that we need to have a long-term agreement, because that's the only way to really get the capital improvements funded onto here without to take that burden from the county and put it somewhere else. So I a better understanding of how that's laid out here now. I did have some questions regarding the funding chronology that was really laid out into here, but I think with the depreciation of schedule that has been explained here more in a few fine details, I'm more comfortable with that. I do want to really emphasize anything that comes a major change on this, as we've heard, is really going to be coming back to the board for discussion. So we're not giving up our oversight or responsibility. This group will be accountable to the county and fulfilling its obligations. And that kind of those kind of guarantees are helpful in me going forth with this, as well as the point that was brought out that there will be a member of the Board of Supervisors on this board. So it's comforting to know that that agreement is in place. I'm also did have some concern that because this is an international sport, that there might be the possibility that international interest could come in and perhaps dominate Friends. But having some discussions with Mr. Merrill last week, I realized that concern of mine was also addressed. So when it comes on down to it here, and from my view, we got to get Laguna Seca off of where it turns to the general fund. As we heard of today, we need to pay our employees, our deputies, and others better. We have core services that need to be provided, and we have something that's pulling $1 or $2 million or more out every year. It has to change, and I do believe this is a way to go for that change. I think the next 5 years is going to be particularly challenging for Friends of Laguna Seca, but I do wish them the best and going forward, and hope this can succeed and it works for everybody, including the county, racing fans, the neighborhood, and just all residents. So, yes, Supervisor.
Mr. Chair, just one more comment, and glad to hear your comments as well. This will be a unanimous vote, so that's historic too and very significant. But I did want to just ask the Friends of Laguna Seca to continue to do what John has started doing and trying to engage other parts of the county. He brought the IndyCar event here in Old Town Salinas, now Motor America. So those other events that provide additional opportunities for more county residents to have the experience like Supervisor Lopez's son has. Maybe they're not engaged in the sport. Maybe they never gone to Laguna Seca, but these events in other parts of the county outside of just the peninsula, because that's historically where they've been, I think create new race fans and new fans of the racetrack. And I think that's significant as well. So I just wanted to encourage that before we take this historic vote. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll move on then with the motion by Supervisor Alejo and second by Supervisor Adams. All those in favor of the adopting this resolution?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. We shall now recess for lunch.
Ready whenever you are.
Podium mic check.
Good.
Staff one.
Good.
Staff two.
Good.
Mic three.
Good.
Mic four.
Good. Oh, give me 1 second to ask. Go
Too
ahead.
late. You had your chance. Wireless mic.
Good.
Mic five.
Good.
Mic seven.
Oh, they're both good.
Clerk mic, clerk mic.
Perfect.
Mic nine.
Good.
Mic 10.
Good.
Mic 12.
Perfect. So are we starting Facebook? We changed out the batteries. Is there anything else on the checklist that we need to be aware of?
I will look now.
Thank you.
Audio for Zoom.
I know.
Perfect. Thank you.
We're fine though, right?
Everything is great.
Well, the next sound.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Running a few minutes late here, so we're going to ask our clerk to call the roll, please.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And we could ask our interpreter, Diego Celis, to make his Spanish interpretation announcement.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. We have one scheduled item this afternoon on item number 8 on the agenda. It's to adopt a resolution making certain findings and to authorize the county contracts purchasing officer to enter into a master energy services agreement, including a power purchase agreement. And we have Cora Panterod presenting. She's online. Okay. Thank you, Cora. I'll pass the mic to you.
All right. Hello. Thank you very much. Testing. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Maybe speak into the mic a little bit so it comes up clearer.
Got it. I'll do my very best.
Yeah, there you go. Sounds better.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Cora Pancherod. I am the Sustainable Infrastructure Analyst with the Sustainability Program, and I'm here to talk to you today about the Zero Net Carbon Resiliency Pilot Project that the program has been working on for the last 3 years now. I was excited to make this presentation in person, but alas, I am homesick with COVID. So I thank you in advance.
Still working.
Yes, for any patience required if I have to slow down during this presentation. But jumping right into it, so we're here to recommend that the board adopt a resolution making certain findings that in accordance with California Government Code Sections 4217 to authorize us to go into the county to authorize a county contracts purchasing officer to enter into our master energy services agreements, including our power purchase agreement templates and other related agreements with Mint Systems to implement and complete the proposed energy related improvements at county facilities. That was a mouthful. Now we're going to also ask that we authorize non-standard indemnification and insurance provisions in those documents and provide other direction to staff as appropriate. So to orient ourselves in this discussion, we are going to have a brief summary and recap of the project thus far, discuss 4217, the contract structure of the project, go into some specifics around the power purchase agreement, discuss major non-standard terms, frequently asked questions, next steps for the project, a brief timing consideration, and our conclusion. So for a brief summary, this project package has 3 sites. The first 2 are 1441 Schillings Place, and the second is 1414 Natividad Drive, which is the Sheriff's Public Safety Building. So these 2 sites have power purchase agreements that are before the board today for approval. The third site is 1410 Natividad Drive, which is the county jail. And this is a future project, and we hope to bring this power purchase agreement to the board within the next few months. Some key dates for this project is that in October of 2020, the board approved the program services agreements to work with Mint Systems to do the initial auditing and come up with recommendations for this project. In May of 2021, these recommendations were presented to the Budget Committee, and this June, the draft capital improvement plan was approved by the board that included this project in it. A brief summary of benefits of this entire package is that there will be energy savings of over $10 million over the next 30 years. These 2 power purchase agreements have savings between $4 and $6 million over 25 years. There will be emissions reductions, greater steps towards resiliency for county critical infrastructure, and this provides a framework for future projects for EV charging, energy efficiency, solar, and other sustainability-related projects. So this is what our projects are going to look like if approved. So this is the project at 1441 Schilling Place. It's a very large system of over 1,000 kilowatts of solar panels on the rooftop. And there's also a large battery system of over 600 kilowatts as well. At the public safety building for the sheriff's office, there's also a large solar system on the roof of over 300 kilowatts. There is not a battery system though. And the third project site, which is upcoming, is the county jail. This also has a very large PV system of over 1,000 kilowatts and a large battery of over 1,000 kilowatts. And this is a carport system, so not on the roof. And discussing Government Code 4217. So this is the state statute that is allowing us to work with MET systems without going through an RFP. And to summarize, it says that a public agency can enter into an energy service contract and conduct energy service system projects as long as that is going to lead to increased energy efficiency savings, provided that we have 2 weeks public notice, and staff is meeting those requirements here today because this was noticed on June 27th. So discussing the contract structure, there are quite a few documents that are up for approval for the board. So how this is structured is that there is a broad master energy services agreement, and this provides a master framework and set of terms that staff has really tried to make the county's standard construction agreement terms apply to different energy services contracts and structures, and to incorporate that for a broader framework for future projects. So we have the master energy services agreement that brings those terms all the way down throughout the list. And then we have energy service system confirmations, which are specific projects and energy systems that are added on to the master energy services agreement as different exhibits. And the power purchase agreements that you see before you today are examples of this. So the power purchase agreements are the specifics and how the solar systems and battery systems will work, the financing behind them, different insurance terms. And then the site leases are in addition to the power purchase agreements that really gets into the details of the rights of the county who is leasing the rooftop properties of these buildings to the developers so that they can build their system as agreed upon in the power purchase agreements. So it's this chain of contracts, and this is how they flow. And the goal of this was to really provide a framework for the county to more quickly implement sustainability projects and to be more flexible as we meet county needs for EV charging, additional solar infrastructure, and other projects as they arise. So I think it's worth diving into a little bit more for what is a power purchase agreement. And these agreements allow the site host, so the county in this case, to purchase renewable energy that's generated on site at a fixed cost that is lower than what we would be buying from PG&E. So in the PPA structure, the county is not going to own the renewable energy equipment, and we don't have to pay for any upfront costs for installation of the project. And what's good about this system is that the site host and the owner have a vested interest and incentives for the projects being completed on time and on budgets, because we don't see savings until the project is turned on, and the provider is not getting paid until the project begins, because we are only buying this energy that the system produces. And in addition, there is the fixed price over the long term of the projects, and if the system underperforms, then they don't get paid and the county will save less, but we will always be saving money in this arrangement. So there are some key provisions that are in the power purchase agreement that are worth discussing here today. And what we, as mentioned earlier, is that the pricing is set at a fixed $1 per kilowatt hour rates, and you can see this on the right-hand side. This is pulled from the power purchase agreements that you have before you today for approval. So this price starts at 18 cents per kilowatt hour and then escalates for 10 years before it is capped at year 10. And this 25-year term really maximizes positive cash flow to the county and allows for increased savings on the front end of the project. There's also a performance guarantee to the county for 90% of the solar production. So there's the max capacity that the solar system produces, and the county is guaranteed that it will produce at least 90% of that production. Otherwise, we will be compensated by the provider for the energy that is being missed. Another key provision in the power purchase agreement is that the county has the options to purchase these systems on the first day of years 7, 9, 11, 16, and 20. So those are the contractually obligated opportunities for the county to purchase the system. And moving on to some major non-standard terms that should be discussed. This agreement provides mutual indemnification provided to each party. And additionally, staff worked with County Risk to determine the appropriate levels of insurance for this project to move forward. I won't read out these specific amounts to you, but I will point out that for commercial general liability and professional liability, the county recognized that there's increased risk during the construction phase of the project and that there's more liability there. So that is why there are increased insurance liability amounts for our provider, is to protect the county during this stage. And then afterwards, this decreases during the commercial operation of the project. Now, for some frequently asked questions, will the electricity bill go down after this project is implemented? And the answer is yes and no. And the reason for this is that the system only covers about 60% of the energy demand for these facilities. So PG&E costs will still continue to rise, and there's still a significant chunk of PG&E's bill that is left there. So we are demonstrably saving money on this with our fixed rate of electricity that will only raise at about 3% escalation, as opposed to PG&E's rates that can go anywhere from 14% to 30%. So costs will still go up, but not nearly as much as they would have in absence of this project. So what are the costs to the county? So as discussed earlier, there are no capital costs that happen upfront. The county is only paying for the electricity that the solar system produces unless the county decides to purchase the system. So a maintenance question, who pays to maintain the systems? This is going to be Mint Systems, Inc., our provider. They own the solar system and are required to maintain it because, as discussed, this is the only way that they are getting paid. For the roof warranty, will this void the warranties on our roof? So no, Mint has warranted that they will not damage the roof during the installation and that they will not void our warranty. You can see this in section 14C of the power purchase agreement. Additionally, I want to note that this system is a ballasted system. So the solar panels are set on mounted ballasts, so essentially steel frames that are placed on top of the roof. So there's no actual drilling or penetration into the roof that would cause damage or risk voiding our rooftop warranty. Another maintenance question, and we're really thankful for our staff at PWFP that helped work out this mechanism with us. So what if we need to remove the system or shut down the system for repairs on our roof? So the system is modular and can be shut down and removed. And the county does not have to pay for these removal costs, which you can see in section 611 of the site lease. Additionally, the county has an annual 96-hour grace window that we are not required to pay for energy the system would have produced. So practically how this would work is if facilities discovers that there's something on the rooftop, maybe a leak or an HVAC system that they need to repair that would require part of the system being shut down and removed, they would call the sustainability program and we would put them in contact with Mint Systems, who would then come out to remove a section of the system and shut it down. And they would be able to remove about a 150 square foot area on the rooftop of the system in about 10 minutes. So the modular design is really helpful in this case. And we would want to schedule this as in advance as possible with facilities, unless it's an urgent repair. And then they are just free to contact Mint and have this happen as soon as possible. And then that would start our 96-hour grace window where we don't have to pay for the energy. Also, what about the jail project? So we are hoping to bring this power purchase agreement to the board soon. Staff's looking forward to communicating with the Sheriff's Department and Health Department soon to work this project out. And for the on-bill financing and energy efficiency elements of this project, this is a future energy service system confirmation that we will hope to bring to be approved by the board within the next few months as well. So for next steps, sustainability program staff need to set up a reimbursable services agreement with PWFP so that we can have a project manager to focus on the implementation of this project. This cost is still to be determined because we need the project manager to do the scoping of the project. And if necessary, staff will come back through the budget committee to ask for additional appropriations to cover that cost. The permitting, design, and construction phase of this project will take around 7 to 10 months. There's some pretty significant lead times for the solar and battery components of this project. For the jail power purchase and on-bill financing elements of the project, we're hoping to be back in front of the board within the next 3 to 4 months. And then staff need to have additional conversations on the internal financing mechanisms of this project so that we can formalize that and return to the board. And we have this initial 7 to 10 months to work on this, but we're hoping to work it out much sooner than that. There are 2 questions that staff need to address. The first is how to make the power purchase agreement payments. And the draft version of this plan that's included in this board report is for the sustainability program to receive appropriations in the form of allocations from different departments for the section of energy bills that would have been made to PG&E, that's now being made in the power purchase agreements, and for the sustainability program to take on those payments. The second question is to how we're going to capture these savings. And this is because the county-wide cost allocation plan works on a reimbursement basis for 3 years in arrears. And we don't want the real tangible benefits of this project that are happening today to be lost in this 3-year reimbursement system and not be accounted for properly. So the idea here is for a sustainability program to build the departments for these savings and then create a fund to redeploy the savings for future sustainability projects and climate action and adaptation plan goals. And we are working on this with finance staff from the CAO and PWFP, as well as the budget office. There is a timing consideration for these funding opportunities. And this is for the self-generation incentive program for the jail power purchase agreements. And this funding is in the amount of $744,000. And we have a deadline for PG&E for July 27th of this month to show that we have made significant progress in the projects in our contractual documents. So the need to retain this funding moving forward is for the board to approve the package that's being considered today, or for the board to approve the Master Energy Services Agreements with a letter of intent for the jail PPA that shows PG&E that this project will move forward. So those are 2 options to make the July 27th deadline, either today or at the next board meeting. And in conclusion, we are here to adopt this resolution, making certain findings in accordance with the California Government Code Section 4217, and authorize our county contracts purchasing officer to enter into the Master Energy Services Agreements, including power purchase agreements, and other related agreements with MIT Systems and their affiliates to implement and complete the proposed energy-related improvements to our county facilities. To authorize non-standard indemnification and insurance provisions in those documents and provide direction to staff as appropriate. And I'm going to turn it back over to the board now for questions and to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cora. Appreciate your presentation and the follow through to get this to this point. As you mentioned, this has been in the works for quite some time. And I think initially we're looking at focusing on 2 buildings and now we're adding that additional one. So that's good to hear. I wanted to just first ask the way for the public that's not familiar with this, in terms of this, any savings we have on energy over the 25 years, how do we measure that? How will we know what the savings are? And as you were just alluding to towards the end of your presentation, part of this proposal is that some of that savings be able to reinvest in other similar energy, clean energy or carbon reducing measures that the county can undertake in other facilities.
Exactly. So there's, for the first part of your question, so Mint Systems is going to be able to give us reports on an annual or monthly basis of the real savings that are generated by the project and the greenhouse gas emissions and what the savings or what the cost would have been had the project not be implemented and we were only buying energy from PG&E. So they will be responsible for reporting out those figures for us. and then we can make that available as appropriate. And then for the second part of the question, we really want to avoid a situation where we have this great project, but the benefits are being lost in accounting limbo, and then nothing happens with those. So the idea there is to establish a fund that is open and transparent, that is able to be redirected and redeployed to focus on accomplishing the county sustainability goals. And the specifics of this fund still need to be worked out, but the overall structure seems to be in favor with our budget office and our financing folks so far.
Great. And then just on the carbon reductions, as we have goals that are measurable on that as well, how will that be reported, or do we have a number of what this would help us achieve in terms of our own county carbon reductions goals?
We can have the greenhouse gas element of this be part of the reporting process from the annual reports that Mint is going to give us.
Okay.
And I don't have a current estimate of this, but that's also something that we can port out in our climate action plan and any updates that move forward there. And I see Ezekiel has his hand up too, so he might be able to speak more to our upcoming process and working out the financing mechanism for this.
Okay, great. Mr. Vega.
Yes, thank you, board members, members of the public. Ezekiel Vega, County Budget Director. So wanted to just clarify the potential savings that these projects may generate and how they could potentially be used in the future. I think that we have to be aware that some of the savings that are generated, since there will not be a specific expense that is incurred, then some of the federal and state sources that are typically paid to the county in the form of reimbursement may not be actually available as savings. So what we have to do is do an analysis of those dollars that we will save in terms of county dollar that we could potentially set aside for future use. And that dollar amount may not be significant. So I think that that's one of the biggest wrinkles that we have to still work out to ensure that we don't give you the false hope and to the public also that the savings could all 100% be specifically earmarked for future projects.
Great. Thank you for that caveat. And Cor, last question I had was just, we're putting batteries on Schilling and on I think it's the new jail, but on the other county sheriff facility, there was no battery storage for that solar. Was there a reason why we didn't put that component on that facility?
Yes, so it comes down to cost effectiveness of the project. And I believe that we have Rob Himes with Mint Systems in the room, and he should be able to address this question more specifically for you, Supervisor.
All right. You want to come to the mic or the podium?
Sure.
Either one.
Hey, good morning, everyone, or afternoon. Yeah, the reason we didn't actually deploy batteries at the sheriff's building was primarily because we weren't able to secure a rebate for that building. We were able to get the rebates for Schilling and the jail, but we were unable to get one for the sheriff's office. That was the first reason. Second reason is based on the size that we were able to put, the amount of solar we were able to put on there, and the kind of the ratio of production to the load at that facility, it didn't quite make sense to have a battery there. It wasn't really cost effective, especially without the rebate. So economic reasons were the primary.
And was the reason why we didn't get the rebate on that one?
It's a lottery. So
okay, so
you win some, you lose some.
Would this be one though that can be added on
yes, eventually, yeah. I mean, eventually, yes, okay. We would look at that, and you can actually add energy storage without losing the impact of net energy metering, which is another reason why we've accelerated the timeline on these projects, is to get them into the old solar credit tariff, the net metering 2.0. I don't know if you're all familiar with that, but there's a lot of nuance there, but these projects are in net metering 2.0, not 3. And so we can add storage to the sheriff's department without impacting that. And so
thank you. Let's open up for other questions. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. That actually your last question was one that I was going to ask as well. But I think this is a question for Cora, perhaps for you, I'm not sure. But what is the relationship between this work and the efforts that we make through community power? And can you explain that to me?
Yeah, Cora, do you want to take it or should? Do you want?
Sure, through community power as in Central Coast Community Energy.
Mhm.
Yes, so Central Coast Community Energy is a really great way for the community as a whole to transition to renewable energy by 2030. And how different systems like this interact is that we can take a section of our energy demands and make that renewable immediately. So we are seeing increased greenhouse gas benefits from acting on this today, as opposed to waiting for the next 7 years. But this doesn't combat with our efforts for Central Coast Community Energy in the sense that we're not going completely off grid and accounting for 100% of our demand. So it's still in alignment with Central Coast Community Energy's goals and also the county's greenhouse gas emissions and cost savings goals. And we hope to work with them on projects like this in the future. There are some front-of-the-meter energy storage projects that Central Coast Community Energy has been considering, and the Natividad campus is a really good location for these projects, and we are in discussion with them to see how we can combine our efforts here.
Okay, thank you. That last part is the most crucial part, that you are in communication and we are working together.
Yes.
Okay.
Really, this campus has a lot of potential for future work for microgrids. And this is something that staff at the county and also at 3C are very interested in. So we're going to keep that conversation going.
Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. It's been a year now since I sat on the sustainability committee. But I do remember this presentation, maybe it was to budget or somewhere it was, and there were some concerns over the technology being used, becoming dated or not aging well. Have we resolved those questions or potential concerns? Is staff comfortable with the technology that's being presented as lasting over the term of the contract?
Staff is comfortable with the technology, yes. And
Okay.
I can let Rob speak to their long-lastedness as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so the solar itself is, tried and true technology. Over the course of this system, will there be advances in efficiency? Yes, but they will be incremental. Over the last 10 to 15 years, the incremental efficiency gains have been incremental. They've been pretty small. The storage is pretty much, bleeding edge technology, if you want to call it something. I mean, it's going to be refined over time, but it does work as is. This specific project is going to have I think it's going to be a Tesla battery, a Tesla Megapack battery that actually is part of their Gen 3. So it's actually, it's not the old nickel metal aluminum. It's a lithium phosphate battery, which is actually, cleaner, more responsibly derived battery components. We made sure that was taken into consideration as far as, what types of technology we're using and where they're sourced.
Okay, great. Thank you. And, just looking back 25, we're talking about 25 years out and, I didn't have a cell phone, barely had a brand new cell phone 25 years ago. So just think about technology improvements over time. In the staff report, it mentions that the jail is no longer being recommended for the project because of certain changes in operations. I'm just wondering if anyone can expand on that.
Sure. So the wing that was mostly benefiting from this project of the jail had been transitioned away from being a jail and is now being taken over by the health department for a potential inpatient behavioral health building. And we were unsure at the time whether or not that structure was still sound structurally and would have to be torn down, or if we could renovate that building and how that would change the use and the energy demand of the building. And it looks like that building gets to stay. We've been in contact with the health department, so we get to move forward with that project without changing too much. So we hope to have that added on as an additional power purchase agreement and energy service system confirmation in the near future.
Okay, great. And then just out of curiosity, the staff report mentions that the jail complex in Chilling Place are the number 2 and number 6 highest county energy users. What are the number 1? What are the other numbers in between there? Number 1, number 4, and I'm assuming if you just verify there were reasons why we didn't include them in this.
Sure. So the primary energy user at the county is far and away Natividad Medical Center. That accounts for around 50% of the county energy usage. And then also the other high-ranking users are the government center, and the Monterey County Superior Courts. So there's a couple different reasons why, and I think Rob can probably talk more about why these buildings were chosen. But strategically, Schilling's Place is a really good candidate because it's a standalone building. It's also in its disadvantaged community designation by the state of California. So this allows for greater incentives and rebate programs to be accessed for the project. So that's one major reason. And then the second is by adding on the Sheriff Public Safety Building that is close to the other project site at the jail. This allows for us to combine different economies of scale and have that project be implemented more easily. But I'll turn that over to Rob to see if he has any other insight.
Yeah, I think that's mostly it. And I think one of the big things was, again, this incentive, being able to capture that rebate for the batteries enabled us to do those sites. And those sites are located, like Cora said, in a disadvantaged community. And so the other buildings may or may not have been in those eligible areas. And so we couldn't apply for those rebates for those buildings. And originally, at the origin of this project back with Ashley in 2020, we talked about this being a pilot, taking advantage of those rebates specifically. That was kind of the origin of the whole project in the first place was, hey, there are these rebates available for critical public infrastructure in California DACs. Let's go after those. And so that's kind of where we started.
Okay. And then my final question is, in terms of timing, the PG&E deadline is to this change is really sort of fairly urgent, that if we don't act now, we risk losing that into the future.
That is correct. And there's actually there's one for both. She had the jail up there, but there's also a deadline for Schilling as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
What did it say? Anybody? Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I have one question, and I think it goes back to my time on the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee, and that was speed was of concern back then. And I'm thinking this was 3 years probably around right when COVID started that we were having that conversation. So my question is to staff. Obviously, speed wasn't something that we wound up being able to accomplish on this project being here almost 3 years later. But given where we stand today, how can we be sure that we're getting the best deal possible? I mean, we're not going with the competitive RFP. We didn't put it out there in a way to make sure that we were getting every bid out there. And so standing here today, I just want to make sure that we're doing right by our residents and getting the best possible contract. So is staff comfortable that that is the case, and what steps we're taking to ensure that, given the length of time it's taken to get here in front of everyone?
So staff has worked on this, and we've also worked with a third-party consultant, ARC Alternatives, who has been really diligent in helping us work through the different pricing concerns. And we are comfortable with their analysis that the power purchase agreement pricing that we have today is well within the bounds of what we see in the industry, especially when you consider that the power purchase agreement price encompasses the battery into the system. And that's not something that you see in every solar system that you find out on the market. So we've worked with them, and we are comfortable with the pricing that we have available to us and moving forward with it today. For a broader project, if we thinking of this as a pilot, as we open up the greater county portfolio, taking lessons learned from this, we would definitely want to go out for a competitive RFP and get the best pricing available to us. But staff is confident with this project moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Lupez,
Yes.
Just one other point to that. At one point in the project development process, we did look at county ownership as an option, and it was considered to be a pretty lucrative option for the county. But I believe it was the budget committee that decided it was not large enough to raise public debt against at the time. And so now, once we have this pilot project in place, I think it's worth going back and to look at maybe a way larger project at scale that could be a way to go, especially with the changes in the investment tax credit rules, and that maybe allow for more of that tax credit to come to the county, which could actually incentivize even further. So to get a bigger project done at scale, I think you might, end up with a larger, more impactful project at the end of the day. But now that we have this master energy services contract in place, it allows for things to move a lot faster. Now that there's this framework and structure created, I think you could actually move a lot quicker.
All right, Supervisor Church, anything? Okay, let's go to public comment, and then we'll bring this back for decision. Any public comment for anybody but in chambers? I don't see anybody online.
No.
Okay, now we can consider a motion on this. Anybody want to go for it?
I'd be happy to move approval.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Seconded by, moved by Adam, seconded by Supervisor Church. If there's no further discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries 5-0.
One opposed.
One opposed, yeah. 4-1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. And we look forward to perhaps other projects in the future.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, we're done with the only agendized item for action today. So we're just going to go to CAO comments next. Item number 9 on the agenda.
Just a few brief comments. Last week, we met with the Army Garrison Commander, Colonel Klein from the Presidio of Monterey. And this is relating to potential improvement of coordination on emergency management and also our emergency communication. So there's an interest there, and the next steps will be a meeting with our emergency communications folks and also the Department of Emergency Management. In addition, there is a Sheriff's Oversight Ad Hoc Committee public listening session that's going to happen on the 26th of this month at 5:30. And I know Nick Chulos is involved as well as part of that meetings with the Ad Hoc Committee. This is related to AB 1185. And the last thing I have is just the long-term recovery in Pájaro continues. There were a couple comments earlier today from a group that's together calling themselves the Alliance. There is also a long-term recovery planning that's occurring on the county's behalf through our Department of Emergency Management and several representatives, and working with District 2 to do a little bit of planning for those 20 million that's anticipated from the state. On the 25th of this month, there'll be a presentation that the Department of Emergency Management will provide related to next steps on long-term planning. Thank you.
Great. I'm glad that work is already started on how to use that money, and that it's engaging Supervisor Church and the public on it. Certainly hoping some money there could be used for the park as well, because that was asked from us not too long ago. And that would be there for like a permanent capital project that would be there for the community for the next several years. Let's go to new referrals. There's a new one by Supervisor Askew, Practical Housing Policy Presentation. This is the first reading on it.
Yes, this referral was received on the 11th from Supervisor Askew, and it is asking for a presentation for an update on the practical housing policy, and is related to the white paper that was put together by the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. And as part of that, we are working with our Department of Housing and Community Development to provide a presentation and bring it before your board.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Okay. Let me ask for any comments on the CEO comments. Number 9, or this first readout of the new referral on practical housing policy presentation. See nobody online, nobody in chambers. Thank you, Supervisor Askew, for bringing that forward. Look forward to that presentation. Last item is just the board comments. We'll start to my right with Supervisor Askew.
No comments today. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. This past Saturday, Congressman Panetta, Senator Laird, Supervisor Askew, and I had the pleasure of attending and helping celebrate the Monterey Peninsula Pride Annual Parade and Celebration in downtown Monterey. It was really a huge success, and the I think there were almost twice as many people as there were last year. Just a really wonderful success for the community as everyone turned out to support our fellow LGBTQ folks. And I was happy to see so many representatives from the city of from Monterey County, and that was really, really nice. This coming Thursday, July 27th, my team, actually next Thursday, July 27th, my team and I are going to be hosting a community meeting, town hall, on the county's housing element update. And we're going to be focusing primarily on the unincorporated area of District 5. And it will be from 5:30 to 6:30 at Del Mesa Carmel off Carmel Valley Road. Wednesday, there are two special events. One is the Monterey District State Parks Aquatic Safety Event, celebrating the commitment to excellence by California State Parks. And this, the focus of this organization, of this event, is to simply just applaud the improved aquatic safety trends along Monterey County's coast and proclaim the month of July as Aquatic Safety Month. We'd had so many drownings and off a particular beach off Highway 1. And when they put the lifeguard tower up and all of the additional signage, it's really improved that location significantly. So we're happy to celebrate that. Also on Wednesday, the Caltrans and TAMC are doing a Scenic Route 68 Corridor Improvement Project open house at Laguna Seca, which we all know about. It's going to be from 4:30 to 7, and it'll give local residents an opportunity to get an overview of the progress on the Scenic Route 68, Highway 68 Improvement Project. And that's the one I think people refer to as the multi-roundabout project on Highway 68. The Chamber of Commerce is having its Business Excellence Award event this week, and Friday is the Salinas Rodeo, and as Wednesday and Thursday and Saturday are as well. Thank you.
Oh, big week in Salinas, Monterey County. All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. Just want to start by congratulating Olivia Ingram, who was the Kitty Capers Parade Grand Marshal. She happens to be my goddaughter and a survivor of brain cancer. So it was amazing to see her out there this weekend leading that parade. Also, just want to acknowledge that National Night Out is coming as well. And so National Night Out will have a presence in every single one of the Valley cities. And so encourage the community to come out and participate in that great event. Unfortunately, I will miss the rodeo this year, but encourage the community to get out and enjoy that. And lastly, in wrapping my comments today, I want to just send my condolences to the family of Jack Francione. Jack was a living legend. He passed on July 14th. He's the former mayor of Soledad. He was also a school board trustee. The school in the newest elementary school in town, in fact, is named after him already, and it has been since 2006. So his loss is a big one for the community. He continued to be sort of an honorary mayor as he continued to attend every event in town, even up through this year. So our heart goes out to his family, and we thank them for the service that they have continued to provide along with Jack over the very many decades of service to the community of Soledad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Church.
Sure. Just want to also jump in. Of course, this is big week. I did get a chance to go out to the Big Head Barbecue last Saturday. Hadn't been out there for some time. And as Todd Keating mentioned, we do have the Little Hat Barbecue coming up here on Thursday. I have my ticket for that. I'm sure there's still some available. We also had a housing fair out of Pajaro on Saturday, and had a really good turnout onto that. My office also had last Thursday a town hall for Oak Hills. Oak Hills doesn't have a whole lot of place to hold a town hall meeting, so we met in Castroville. But it was packed room. It was a great meeting. We're going to do one more this week at a different location. This is going to be Santa Rita. We're doing it with Council Member Andrew Sandoval at the Avalon View Middle School at 6 to 7:30. And finally, this Saturday out at the Prunedale Grange, there is the Prunedale Lions will be holding their car show. Last time they had 100 classic cars there, and it's a really great event. I was a judge last year. We really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do that this year, but it's it's really, really a nice show. So that pretty much wraps it up for me.
Thank you very much. And I had a privilege to attend the Chevron Soccer Academy for boys and girls this last Saturday. And there was actually, it was also on Sunday where they're actually bring recruiters from different professional leagues to come and look at some of our local athletes as well. I really wanted to thank Chevron for holding that event along in collaboration with the La Alianza de Fútbol, the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex or the Sports Authority, and also the San Jose Earthquakes. A couple hundred kids out there. It was really beautiful and good to see that event continue on its 5th year now. Last thing I want to just announce is that I'm going to represent Monterey County at the National Association of Counties Conference in Austin. I leave on Thursday, be back on Monday. Is anyone else going? Supervisor Lopez? Oh, yeah. Wow. All right, Supervisor, we got a good representation. All right. Next time, we'll hopefully get everybody there. All right. But we'll all be out there. I didn't know it was going to be 105 degrees, but Chris, it's hot like that in South County.
That's
anyway.
that's nice and cool compared to South County right now. So I'm good.
All right. Okay, we'll see you there. We'll report back on how the trip went next Tuesday. With that, let's go to closed session by County Council readout.
We have nothing to report out of closed session.
All right, with that, we'll adjourn today's meeting. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.